don't also be in a hurry to quickly jump some things, even though you will know them before now. But as much as possible, we try to assume a zero background for all of us. And this is not going to be a one-off kind of workshop. It's something we will do. And so we will be building on the piece by piece, the way we build house, block by block, layer by layer. And that's the plan. And the ultimate goal is that all of us here, we will acquire this thing, which is the modern trend. It's a global demand. And so, not only for employing people, maybe for alternative source of income generation. I think most of us will possibly need that. So, we will start with what is data and why does it matter, because everything we want to talk about will be about data. The world today is driven by data. The other thing that is driven the whole world is technology. We all own our phones, we have one device or the other. So the world is driven by technology and data. And most big companies, they need people who have knowledge of data and help them to analyze their data and data. But this training will understand what data is all about and why it matters. Then we have a short break, maybe for 15 minutes, and we will come back and see how we should ask questions. When do we ask questions that make sense, and when do we ask questions that actually meaningless? So in life, we are all asking questions, and we are all desperate to find answers to our questions. In businesses, in organizations, the same thing. Managers ask questions, employers ask questions, they want answers. Not even prolong, they want to give an answer. On the spot answer to their questions. How do we know when questions are right, when the questions are wrong? So we will discuss that and have a short lunch. We plan to have the lunch time for 1 hour, but now we will have to reduce that duration. When we come back, then we start with introduction to data tools, spreadsheets, Google Sheets. We get familiar with that interface, and then we begin to look how you bring the data into the spreadsheet environment. What can you do with the data? But before we then close the session for today, discuss basic data visualizations. How can you turn data to graphics? How can you turn data to images, charts, graphs, and so on, so that people, a non-expert can still be able to understand what they are trying to do. And then we will wrap up, we will attend to questions and answers, and then we will agree on what should be the next step. That's the agenda for today. I believe you are comfortable with that. But if you have any comment, feel free. Let's make it interactive as much as possible so that our calling will not be in vain. God will bless all of us in Jesus' name. I can't hear you. Amen. So I'm not the only one that will facilitate. I have the great Dr. Peter Oke-Ife. Doctor will handle the last thing part of the lecture, the workshop, which is going to handle the introduction to data tools and also the basic data visualization. So that's the rundown, and I think we can, except there are comments, observations. Let me also apologize that we are starting a little bit, not even a little bit, far behind the schedule, but sometimes you can't predict the situation on the road. But thank God we are here. We trust God to see us through. So, the part one, that's where we are starting from. And, I believe you can see. So what is data? Why does it matter? That's what we want to quickly discuss in the next few minutes. For this session we have just we have 1 hour to discuss this particular stuff, and I will engage you as much as possible. You also should ask questions. Have you heard of that word before? Delta. Have we heard of that before? Who is responding? Data, yes, sir. Have you heard? That word, data, have we heard of it before? God says, because it's used in different places. I want us to continue. Yes, sir. Yes. No. Have you heard about it before? The word says. Okay, maybe you want better information. What about you? In statistics, you heard about data. Yes, sir. Okay, there are many other senses that the word is used, and most of talk. In research. Okay, great, yes. Okay, put up, show me your phone. Don't you use the word data when it comes to buying? Communication. You talk about data. You can also say this is the amount of data you have used. Have you? What other senses do we use data? For research, right? To gather information. When we take attendance in the church, what are we doing?
We are collecting data.
Compiling data. Right? When we are in business, I know those who are in business here. Doc, you are in business, now small business. Then you write those the purchases, the sales, you write the price and everything. What are you also doing? You are compiling data. What other areas do we compile? That you know in the office, right? You compile staff data, financial information. All of this will constitute what? They constitute data. That's the chart. So when we say what is data, and I've asked you what comes to your mind when you hear that word, data. It's every day, it's something we use, it's a word that we use almost every day. My data is finished, isn't it? I've exhausted my data. Send me data with send me data, isn't it? So it's a word that is used in the telecom industry. But beyond that, in today's world, data has gone beyond mere numbers and figures. The messages you post on social media, that WhatsApp message, that Facebook message, what are they? Data. That WhatsApp message, that then the video you post, what is it now?
Data.
Data. So data is not just about what? Numbers, it's not just about figures, Are you getting my point now? Everything, including pictures, images, videos, text. I can analyze all the text messages on our WhatsApp group. There are tools that can help you to analyze that. I can analyze video. You know, even on your YouTube, if you have a YouTube, if you have Facebook, you get number of viewers, right? Followers, I mean, what are you collecting? Have data about those who visit your page. It tells a lot about your followers. And some people, that's what they are looking for. They want many followers. Are we making sense?
Yes, sir.
So data in today's world is not just as you see in this lecture. So, but put together, when we talk about data, we are simply talking about the information. So if everybody information. So I can't hear. Some people are too cool for this class. You just have to be cheerful. Huh? My sister. I need people to be cheerful. That's it. Yeah, you need to be cheerful. Huh? And you see me. What do I call data?
Information.
But the information they give can be processed. The information that has been processed. They also have information that have not been
being processed.
They are in law form. Information can be in law form. If I simply collect your names now, I will have as many names as we are here, true or false. If I give you that information, what will you make use of it? Is it useful to you? If I just if I just put those things together in paper and I give to you, what will you make of the paper? Mommy, what will you make of it? Does it make sense? Sometimes it will look like a job site where you put all manners of waste. Two of us. That is exactly what at times on process information will look like. If you go to some people's table, you will see all manners of files, right? Invoices, vouchers, all of them. But in those pieces of documents, wow, you have gold, treasure, hidden inside. So if I give you the names at first look, it will not make sense at all. It will not make sense at all. You know, very recently, let me show you something. I decided to what do you see here? Are you able to see it right now? Unfortunately, this thing is not working. Are you able to see the screen better now? What do you see here? What do you see here? My data usage. So, what date is this? That is July 13, 2024. I started recording my daily data usage. I started recording my daily data usage. So you can see what I used on July 13, 2024. I think I recorded it up to yesterday. Let me show you the past. Maybe I'm not done it. When last did I record here?
15.
May 15. What is May date?
Today is 17. That is on Thursday. Today is 17.
So I will update it when I finish it. Because MTN will always send me the notification that I use so. Will you also receive that?
Yes, I'm sure.
That. Then you can also say on your phone, you can know how many calls you received today, right? You can also know how many calls you sent out.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
One time you are having data, but most of you don't care to do it. Right? Suppose you own a telecommunication company and you are in business. I'm just using that telecommunication because it's easy for us. You could own any business. And you are having this kind of data coming, and you don't care about it. Sometimes you use a lot of insightful, very useful, very important information. You know what I did? I just decided to say, okay, let me analyze this. I said, let me analyze this data and I'm going to show you. Just to prepare, build the foundation for our discussion and we will need to have a massage group for this part. Is that okay? I will be sharing some things with you. So, just a quick one, look at this. That data that I showed you in the spreadsheet, look at it here. I'm not sure you are able to see very well. Are you able to see? No. But what happened is this. You can see this graph. That's showing how my data usage is moving up and down. Sometimes I use more, sometimes I use little. That's what this one is saying. Is that okay? Now, on this table, I try to analyze how much data I use on monthly basis. Unfortunately, you are not able to see this. But what I have here is that July, when I started, I used 29.7 gigabytes for the whole month. As at May now, I've used 12.5 gigabytes. That's the information in this table. Now, in this table, what can you see? I now analyze how much I consume per day of the week, on Monday, Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, for this period since July, all Sundays, how much? This is the bar showing how much I'll be consuming on all Sundays put together. Are you with me? Right? What can you say now regarding my consumption pattern on weekdays? Which day of the week do I consume or use more data? If you look at this is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right? This one is Saturday. Which weekday do I consume, use more data?
Saturday.
Right?
Saturday. Saturday.
Saturday, Sunday. Then which particular day?
Sunday.
And it's because of the video, the Sunday, like YouTube, that we do live. You know we do it every Sunday. So that is what this one is doing. That's what that chart is showing. And I didn't know this until I decided to analyze the data. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? There are so many things as you are calling the fuel, and which is something I've been doing for years. I record my fuel consumption. We bought 36,040 liters at the rate of 819 per liter. He is also recording this, so I designed it. And I can show you now how we will consuming fuel over time. And we are able to monitor our fuel consumption. When you go to industry, that's the kind of thing they are interested in. The manager, the business owner, wants to be able to know information about the customer's behavior, about the staff behavior, about the business performance. I teach a lot of fraud statistics, how you can use data mining to be able to detect when customers are defrauding, or when staff are defrauding the business. You can record it fault intelligence system. Are you getting that? You can also use it to detect your health status. What's happening? How are you there? For instance, how many steps do you? These days, some of us have smartphones, we have smart wristwatches, which can help you, which will measure accurately the number of steps that you take. And it's always recommended that you should walk, isn't it? That don't sit down for too long. So, I'm showing all of this just to let you know how important data is. Peter, I hope you are doing the time to work. Just be giving you skills. You have so, we all know what data is. What is data, everybody? Data is what? And I said the information could be what? Process or what? Or process. Right? And when it is on process, it's a raw form. And in that form, it's usually very what some people are very chaotic. It doesn't have any, it won't make any sense. It's like a dump site. You dump all manner of waste. So, data can be facts, can be figures, can be numbers. I think I mentioned that earlier. Can be what? Text, can be images, can be videos, can be sounds, and can be anything. So when they ask which type of data are you talking about, you should be able to say, I have text data. I have, if I collect age of our age here, what kind of data will I have? Everybody? Will it be figures? Will it be figures and numbers? Yes, it will be figures and numbers. If I collect our pictures and so on, what kind of data will I have? Images. If you go to our YouTube, C.A.C Oke-Ife, Alakia, if you go there now, and what kind of data will you have? You will have information about our image. When you share sound on your WhatsApp group, some people will share voice messages, right? Only 10,000 type kilo what is that? Sound. So think of it as anytime we put all these things together, text, images, videos, sounds, and so on, video, all manners of things, what are you putting together? Raw ingredients. And I'm giving you many examples. Age, if I collect age, is what? Data, right? How many of you are football fans? Yes. People pastors and leaders, God, yes, it's good. And you see league table, right? Yes. You see scores, you can. Some people specialize in analyzing sports data. In fact, they are making a lot of money from analyzing. They are not employed by anybody, but they are simply doing what? Analyzing. Are you here? Huh? And you can always, you have a question. Always ask question when you have issue, right? So, but we need to have this background very solid. Sentence in the book, temperature, and all of that. All of these are considered as what? Data. Say data. So, and I said here, data is all around us. True of us? Data is everywhere. Data is everywhere. If you open your television, what will you be seeing? Inflation rate, exchange rate, You will be seeing figures. 10 people died. How many people wrote the exam that is not answered? How many people wrote? How many people? Somebody wants to praise God. Hallelujah. Am I telling lie? Eh? When you see those numbers, always show interest. Show interest. If we look at this thing now, you will see from today's paper how many people are writing supposed to write the council, the exam. So you have data all around us. Data is right. Data is even money. Some people now call me and say that data is good. Two of us. They now call me that and say data is the new coin. Two of us. So from data, you don't know you can believe. From data you can believe. And God will bless us. So where can we get? Here we can talk about data from social media. Isn't it? Data from social media. Do you know that almost all important organizations, whether private or public, even CBN, they have their Twitter handle? Two of us. Most important people in Nigeria today, they pass information on social media. Two of us. Even the president has gone. Every important, prominent institutions, organizations, establishments, they have their social media platform. And that's one thing you also know. When you are searching for jobs, you are searching for any opportunity, broadband, IMF, any global, you can always get information from there. From where? From their social media. And that is one way they reach out to the whole world. Instead of people posting things that are not important, have your own site and let people know what you are doing. Let people know what you are doing. This one I put it also on my LinkedIn. And people recommend and so forth. So, on social media, you will see number of friends, number of likes, number of comments. You will also have information about transportation, about shopping, about sporting, about weather, about health, about education. Right? You get all data. And the point we are making is that data is all around us. You are surrounded by data. Companies, since all through this week I've been working with UI data. Final year results and non-final year results. Already we have over 10,000. More than that. So data is all around. And it's a big opportunity today when you know how to make sense of data. How you can turn data to wealth without you being involved in online planning. So why does data matter? Why does it matter in this world that we live in? Here I have three reasons. One, it helps us to understand what is happening around us. Two of us.
True. True.
Even it helps you to understand what is happening in your life. If you keep your own health data, for instance, you monitor your health, you know what is happening, how your body system is working. If you keep your financial records, you will also understand how you are spending. Isn't it? You You understand when you are wasteful and when you are, when you are able to save, when you are very careful in what you so you understand what is happening around you. You understand. I will share all this material with you, so there is no problem. You will help us to print the WhatsApp group so that we will be able to share. Which one did you hear? It allows you, that's the second point. It allows us to see patterns. Say patterns. Second, trends. Pattern, I showed you how you could see pattern in my data usage during the weekdays. Suddenly I realized that I use more data on Sunday, and my brother said weekend particularly than ordinary day. And it's because when you do live streaming like this, you consume more data. Few of us. So you see pattern. You also see trend. You can see how my daily consumption is moving up and down, right? How it's oscillating, shows the trend, the behavior. It also sometimes shows seasonality. Whether there are certain periods that I don't use. Unfortunately, people also monitor what I consume during the daytime and during the night time. Some people consume more during the night time. They don't sleep. Right? If you want to monitor your consumption also, you can monitor. And see, are you more active during the night than during the day? And then, so we need data, or data matter because you can see pattern, because you can see trend, because you can be able, most importantly, make informed decisions. You can be able to make not just decisions that are not based on evidence. Informed decisions are decisions that are supported by data. Say it, everybody. Informed decisions are decisions that are supported by what? Data. By data. How many minutes? 10 minutes. So I will finish. Finally, why does data matter? It matters because we can get insights. When I will use 3 words now, and I want you to write them down. Hindsight. Hindsight. What do you mean by hindsight? H-I-N-D. Hindsight. Can you see the screen? It's too small. Can you see it? Hindsight. What's the dictionary meaning? Understanding of a situation or event only after it has happened or developed. So, data can help you to have hindsight, which means from data you can know what happened in the past. Have you written that word down? Hindsight. That's the ability to know what happened in the past. That's hindsight. There's another word which also has sight in it, that is foresight. Let's look at that foresight. Which is the ability to predict what will happen or be needed in the future. That's another reason why data matter. You can be able to predict what will happen in the future. Who is here that is not interested in what will happen in the future? Tell me. Are you interested? What will happen tomorrow? Every one of us. We are all interested in what will happen tomorrow. Not only tomorrow, even next year, 10 years, away from now, 20 years, everybody is interested in what will happen. How can we predict what will happen? How can we predict? We can study what happened in the past. So, but to even study what will happen in the past, we need data, isn't it? So data is important to predict. And finally is insight. Insight. Who can tell me before you searching for it? Insight. Insight. What's the definition? Yes, the capacity to do what? And the understanding of someone or something. So, don't forget those three words. Hindsight, insight, and what? Foresight. Will you forget? No. Okay. So let's go back to discussion. Because I'm not still 5 minutes. I have 5 minutes, so I will go. So data helps us to achieve the following. And that is what most businesses, most organizations, what they are also interested in. The countries that we call developed countries to do, they are developed because they don't depend on, they use data, let me just put it that way, because they are driven by evidence, not by feelings, not by political considerations, not by tribal sentiments, not by religious inclination. They are driven by what? They are not repeating them. They are driven by what? Evidence, by data. By data. So, data helps us to make better decisions. Two of us. True. Because if you are in business, for instance, it helps you to know which products are popular. If you are running supermarket, for instance, and you keep record of your sales, you will know which product is moving, which product is not moving. You will even know if you are monitoring and tracking your customer. You will know customer that is also coming. And you will know the particular product that customer is picking. These are things you can just start a small business today, and I tell you, God helping you, and you also using this tip, you are able to make it fast. You will be far, far better than those who just rely on necessarily the use for necessary unorthodox means. Just to be able to read. All you need is to have information. All you need to also master is to know how to process the information. How you also need is also to be able to make the best decision at any point in time. So, 2, you can solve problems. 2 of us. Problems that analyzing any. I told you we had the traffic, we had suddenly found ourselves in traffic problem as we were coming. For government to solve this kind of problem, at the point, even now we know Ibadan is known for reckless waste management, the way we throw our waste every now and so on. To solve this kind of problem, whether at the state level, at the community level, at the societal level, at the individual level, you need to collect data. So it's not only in traffic. We also need data to predict. We've talked about that. If you are a farmer and you are able to monitor weather conditions over time, you will be able to predict when to plant, when to harvest, and when to do everything in the farm. So it can also help you to improve, a teacher who is interested in monitoring and tracking student performance will need the data about the student and see how the student is progressing, how the student is performing from one level to another. So you can improve things when you have data. You can tell stories when you have data. And I used to say that data is story in numbers. Data, some people study history, isn't it? So I also say data is history written in numbers. Data is history written in numbers. As we move to the next level of our workshop, there are different types of data. But we are not going to exhaust all of them for now because we don't have all the time. But the first type of data is a group of data numbers. Say it everybody. Numbers, numerical. They are in numbers. They are like age, right? You can say age, somebody is 16, is a number. Temperature is also what? Is numerical. Scores is also what? Numerical. Who can give me an example of something that is also numerical? Yes. Height, thank you. Yes. Weight, thank you. Yes. Age, thank you, sir. And BP, blood pressure, thank you. Thank you. Salary, thank you. Income, expenditure, transport fare, profit,
raw materials.
Raw
materials.
When I say that, I don't agree. It has to be anything that price, maybe quantity. Great. If you say quantity, say price, you say distance, you say speed, all of this, you are what? You are in numerical form. Another one are those that are in categories. Here we have an example of gender. Gender is what? Everybody. Male, female. Abi? It's a category. It's not a number. Gender. What other thing? Marital status, isn't it? What are the possible categories for marital status? Yes? Single, married, and so on. Or you go on and say divorce, single, widow, and so on like that. You can also have categories. What of your class of degree? Those in the university, what are the categories? Class of degree, yes? First class, second class upper, second class, lower.
Nobody wants to say third class.
Nobody wants to. Or even part. What are the other things? Religion. Abi, if I ask about your religion, state of origin, they are all in what? Categories. They are all in categories. Denomination, maybe Baptist, nationality, thank you. Can we talk more? Yes, sir. Are you thinking already? Are you thinking already? Tariff for branded, and so on.
Political affiliation.
Then we are doing this for a purpose, because when you are doing your data, you must know which type of data am I dealing with. Is it numerical? Is it categorical? Is it the third one? Numerical. The third one, what is the text? Say it everybody. Text. We usually use, we call it string. It's not number, it's not category, but it's in text. Names, isn't it? Names like Fuga, like Toyi, like Deborah, like Boston, they are strings. Addresses, they are what? Strings. Comments, they are what? Strings. All the things we post, they are also what? Strings. So, for now, I want you to master these three categories of data, these three types of data. So, when you are compiling data, you should know the data are they numerical, are they categorical, are they text, right? For instance, on Sundays, we usually collect data about the preacher here in our church. We collect data about the preacher, we collect data. When we collect data about the preacher, will it be numerical? What will it be? Text, string, excellent. We collect data about the lesson. What will it be? Is this string? Because if I say Matthew 11, verse 10, I can't add it to Matthew 12, verse 1. In numerical, you can do what we call arithmetic manipulations. I can add the age of this person with the age of this, isn't it? But I can't add Matthew and Luke together. It won't make any sense. So it's string. Are you getting the point now? Also, you take when the sermon starts, when the sermon ends, and we are able to calculate the sermon duration. Finally, before we round up this session, this is the summary of what we have learned so far. So, first, we've learned that data is information, true or false. Two, we have also agreed that data is everywhere, true or false. That in our daily lives, we are surrounded by data. Those who walk us, your plate number is a number. Your driving license It's what? It's a number. Everything, your date of birth, your age, your car, everything, you have what? You are surrounded by number. On your phone, you have a lot of things to do with numbers. So number is everywhere. Data is everywhere. Understanding data helps us to make sense of this world. When you hear people going to the moon, going to the Mars, going to the space, what do you think is making it easy for them? Sometimes they started by, first of all, sending animals, dogs, and so on to go there. And when those animals will come, they attach some things to those animals that make them to collect data. They analyze, and then they realize that human beings can also go there. But if a human being will go, this human being was able to prepare this way. So data helps us to understand our world. This world we live in. When you see the aircraft carrying about 250 people taking off like that and flying at altitudes of about 39,000 feet above sea level, what do you think is making it possible? You are not talking to me again. Data helps us to understand the world and the universe. It helps us to make better decisions, to solve problems, and many more. And we talk about different data types, numerical, categorical, and what everybody. Plan for yourself. So this is.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Have you learned something now? Don't be in a hurry because we are taking the training layer by layer. We are building. And one day I want to see all of you becoming data scientists. Data scientists. Clap for yourself.
Thank you very much, Prof. Let's start the first. So we are going to go on the short break. The break might be shorter than what to be. However, before we go to that break, I want to sensitize you. You see, the next session, we'll be talking about asking questions. And that's one problem that we have in this world. A lot of us don't know how to ask good questions. So I will encourage us to look forward to the kind of questions that you can ask during that session, so that we can begin to analyze those questions and ask, does this look like a good question? Because when you ask questions that you can get insight, imagine you go to the hospital and you just meet a doctor and he sees you and then just decides that, look, I'm going to give this person paracetamol. Would that doctor be a nice one? What would that doctor do instead? Have you visited the hospital? The doctor is going to ask what? And the more questions that the doctor asks, the easier it is for the doctor to know what will be wrong with that person. So we can bring that knowledge into the church. There's so much of problem in the world today. And as leaders, we must. So as we are doing that second session, listen very well and ask good questions. So we are going on 12 minutes break.
I'm minimizing. Are you sure you want to stop the streaming?
No. You should pause.
You keep pausing here. Yeah, keep.
In this session, we want to talk about asking the right questions to data. Asking the right questions to data. In other words, What is the connection between data and question?
Okay.
Which one comes first? Is this question or data? Who will tell me? Which one should come first? Question or data? Thank you very much. I know evidence is understanding. You know that questions ordinarily will come first because you need answer to your question. That is why we now need to do what? To collect data. So if you are head of a school, primary school, secondary school, and you ask one of your class teachers, what is the performance of students in your class? What do you expect this teacher to say? Is it to start saying, produce content, dollars from 15, those from 18? What do you expect the teacher to say? If the head teacher should ask the question, what is the performance?
No.
So, the starting point is to ask question. And then you collect data to be able to answer the question. Managers, business owners, they ask questions about staff, about business performance, about customers. The same way, even in this church, we can ask questions. Why are people coming late? Maybe to Sunday school. Why are we always, finishing late? Or why do we close late? Are people not asking that question? And we have asked many times, many people ask these questions. That why do we keep long? And so on and like that. So, questions do necessitate data. So, and the kind of question that is asked will determine the kind of data that will be collected. Two of us. So that is how it works. So in this discussion, just to quickly refresh what we discussed in the last session, we've talked about data, we've talked about the fact that data is everywhere. We have also talked about how data helps us to understand the world we live in, to even understand ourselves, to understand our community, or understand our society. And of course, we look at the different types of data, the different forms and shapes of data. Data that are numerical, data that are categorical, and data that are in text or string. So now we want to know what data is, and we want to be able to know why, what to ask, why question is important, and why questions are connected to data. So we want to know what to ask. the question. And one way that you will know more than others is when you have this culture of asking questions. I always like people who are always asking questions, not people who all pretend they know. Ability to ask questions makes you more intelligent than others. Feel free to ask questions. Sometimes stupid questions are being able to bring about wonderful answers. So, one thing you should train yourself to learn to do when you are studying, when you are doing, whatever, even in family discussion and small things, ability to ask questions. Train yourself, make it a point of habit to always ask questions. And sometimes also, when I teach, I prefer to teach by asking questions, by raising questions, not just talking. Because questions make us to explore. And if you are very good at asking questions, you can easily detect whether the person teaching you is somebody who is experienced or who is not experienced. The question you ask will make the person one way or the other either to go away completely from what he has carefully packaged together. So if you want to know whether your teacher or your instructor or whatever is somebody that is unduly attached or glued to the material prepared, just ask simple questions. Ask questions. Most of us will feel rattled when our kids ask us questions. Those of us who are running and learning, you know they ask some questions, you won't be able to go and check in the question. Two of us. No, you are not with me. I mean, kids that they simply ask a question, Daddy.
You have just answered me one. Where is your house?
Which is your house? Daddy, who gave that to you? How did you give that to you? Daddy, I want to have a baby. So, questions make us to do what? To explore. That's the point I want you to understand. And it also makes you to be more inquisitive. It shows how inquisitive you are. So learn the habit, ask your spouse questions, ask your children questions, ask your neighbors questions. Because when you ask questions, don't be the one that will answer the question. Hello? Get as many answers about the question from as many people as possible. You will then be close to the truth. So from this habit of asking questions, for some people, they don't ask questions, they want to be teaching, and it doesn't take time for you to exhaust what you do. If you are teaching. You will soon finish short. But when you ask questions, then you learn from them. And you add it to your own. So, Questions guide our exploration. It guides where should I, what direction should I face? What will be my focus? It guides our exploration. Questions are very, very important. Most importantly, good questions. Good questions can lead to useful answers and insights. We talk about hindsight, insight, and foresight. Good questions can lead to what? Useful answers. Good questions can lead to useful answers. So we should always have this habit of asking questions. Asking questions. Very, very important. The third thing is that bad questions can lead to confusion. True or false? Bad questions can create chaos and lead to irrelevant results. Not what we want, because I've also said it earlier. Bad questions can also fail. Are you with me now? But when we are doing research or when we are concerned about business, we will now see what constitutes good questions, what constitutes bad questions. Excuse me. So, we are talking about questions, and I'm encouraging you to be somebody who is inquisitive, who is always asking questions, not in a hurry, to always, be the one that will be a teacher, but to learn through questions. Right? So, but we are also talking about good and bad questions. Questions can be good, questions can be bad. And we are going to look at some scenarios. Let's look at this. And we are taking our church as a typical example. Imagine our church wants to plan a fun event for young people in your life. Let's even say we are looking forward to May 27 children, and we are saying, okay, we want to plan an event for the children in the church, or maybe for young people like you and I. Am I still young? Yes, I am. So, for young people like you and I, what questions do we ask to make it a great effect? What questions do we ask that will make that effect complete? I think that is all of you. Let's start with you. What questions should we ask? What are we planning for? We are planning an event, right? For children. What question do we need to ask to make that event great? Yes? Let me hear your answer. Everybody will be here for one question. Yes. Yeah? How we go. How will the church program go? That's your question now. How many years? How many children how many youth are we planning for? That is what makes that question good. What makes that question good? We are coming to that. But that's a very good question. The question you ask is difficult to answer. How will we go? You can only answer it after the event. You can go left, you can go right, you can go back, you can go forward. Any other question? Yes. What are the events? What are the events, right, that we want to carry out? Yes. What duration? What duration would be the event? Yes. What kind of foresight data do we need? Okay. Keep asking. Yes.
Is it a paid event or free event?
Is it a paid event or free event? Okay. Yes.
What are we considering for item 7?
What are we considering for item 7? Okay. That's right.
The capacity, the venue capacity.
Okay, we are going to generate for. What is the capacity of the venue? Great.
Date of the event.
What date should we fix for the event? God bless you. What will be our budget? So on like that. So we can see here. Don't forget the question you asked me. And I'm coming back to ask you again whether the question you asked was good or bad. We are going to see how we know whether a question is what, good or bad. It's always important because before you talk about data, you must ask questions. Even when you are not the one that collect or gather the data, you must also ask what
Questions.
One thing I used to tell my student masters is when you collect data, you gather it from anywhere, you must go back and know the story behind the data. How was the data collected? Which one did you collect? Can you? Is it to? Then we don't need to put on there.
Let's put it on because of fun, sir. Because of the fund.
Okay, so what? Okay, let's connect. As if I knew. Thank God we brought the silver. Yeah, okay, great. So, yeah. So, bad questions versus good questions. Let's look at some questions here regarding the same event that we are talking about. This is a bad question. Should we have an event? She said yes. But this is a good question. What kind of event would young people in our church enjoy the most? Is it good? If we are planning for young people, we also need to know which event they will enjoy most. But should we have an event? If I say no, that's the end of the story. But we will also know reasons why it is a bad question. What food do we have? But this is a good way to ask. What are the most popular and affordable food options among young people if we are talking of Ibadan? We can see some things in these food questions. One, they are specific. Do you notice that? They are specific. There are also things that you could easily verify. There are things you could easily, like collecting data from young people, you could easily know what they prefer. Isn't it? You are not with me again. Good. Let's look at this. What time should we develop? I think somebody asked a question.
Yes.
What is the question? Is it the people? Because of so, the best way to ask that question is, what is the best time on Saturday for the most young people to attend their convention, considering their activities? Another question is, how much will the rent cost? But the right question is, what is the most cost-effective way to organize income and giving events within our budget? Because if you are interested in how much it will cost and it belongs to millions and you don't have millions, what happens? That's the reason. That is fancy, but you have to keep. So, the issue now is take time to notice the difference between bad and good questions. But in the church, if you are really in the church, no bad questions, no good questions, right? Question 15. Also, we are inside the cinema. So, no, but when it comes to data, we are focusing on data. Your question, before you can point of emphasis, before you can be able to know the type of data you need, your point you must have to give or you must ask good questions. Good questions are essential for getting good data that will answer your question. So, these are 5 parameters, 5 conditions, 5 criteria that made the question to be good for data analysis. One is the question must be specific. So let's go back to this question. Should we have an event? Is the question specific? But if I ask what kind of event would young people in our church enjoy the most, is it specific? Yes. It's about what kind of event. So it's easy for me now to simply conduct the survey and say, these are possible events. Choose your own, right? And then we select and analyze the data, and then I pick the most preferred. That is specific. Now, the question must be measurable. Measurable means it can be answered with data that can be handled or measured. It can be, the last question I said, if you are looking for which event will be most attractive to our youth, right? And I conduct a survey. Pick your most preferred event. Or maybe for our lunch, let's say we have on our menu list about 4 items. And I say, pick your own choice. Everybody will pick, right? And then we will pick which one is most preferred. You can count and know how many are most preferred, how many are least preferred. So when we do that, when we have questions or when we formulate our questions in such a way that we can count and know precisely. We can count and know precisely the answer, then that question is a good question. If that question is one that we can answer by simply counting or by simply measuring. If I ask the question, what is your age? Is it a good question? Is it a good question? Why is it a good question? Because I can measure. I can get precise answer. If I ask this question, why are you interested in politics? In the sense of what we are discussing now, is it a good question? Because that question is not measurable. It's not measurable. But if I ask you, and I say, which of these are you interested in? Politics, sports, music, religion, and you have that. Is it measurable? It's measurable. I'm happy you are getting it. So, good questions are measurable. The third thing is that good questions are relevant. They are directly related to the problem or the good. Good questions are directly. So if you are talking about organizing an event for youth, and we are not asking questions about the senior citizens, we'll be asking how many senior citizens we attend the event. That was one of the problems that I need to have. The problem I need to have, how many of us are conscious of that? What was the problem? The required event for children was who are the people that attended? Mothers, grandmothers, sisters, and so on attended in the first problem. So, good questions are relevant to the problem of the group. Another criterion is the fact that the good questions are answerable. In other words, we can find answer to those questions. If anybody is asking questions that is impossible to find answer, that question is not good. that question is ugly. And you can easily ask most questions that people ask. You have those questions you probably have to answer. Because it will be difficult, not impossible to everything back. I mean, we have an example here. What food should we have? What food should we have? The problem we have with that is that how are we going to answer that question in a very precise way? What food should we have? It will be difficult, but if we construct it, what are the most popular and affordable food options among young people? That is vegetable, that is direct, that is direct and is relevant to the subject, to the discussion. So, the last in the list is focus. And when we say focus, it means it targets a particular aspect of the situation. It may not cover the entire thing, but it's targeting a component, an aspect of the situation. So these are characteristics of good questions. And they are very important because of where we are going. Where we are going is to be able to know what data we will use. Whether as a manager in a company, you want to be able to ask questions that you can easily get data from your records and answer easily. For instance, as a manager, you can ask, how much are we paying for fuel monthly? Is that a good question? Eh? Is it difficult to find answer to that? What are we going to do? You can take a traditional vehicle and say, how many kilometers has this vehicle covered in the last 1 month? Is it a difficult question? Eh? But when you ask them, is this man a good driver? Is it a good question? Sir? Is it a good question? No. But if you ask, has this man had an accident with our official habit? Are you with me now? You can tell the calculator is a good driver or what? A bad driver. But if somebody has been having record of accident, maybe in most cases, his others are used to hit him. Actually, it's not the one that hit him. Then it's also telling you a story. It's always the one being hit. But he's never hitting another person. Sometimes also, it's always the one who is God. Like Peter, they always break his side mirror. Now, so if you're asking, is good student or a bad student? Is it a good question? Is it a good student or a bad student? Is it a good question? No, it's not a good question. You are not following this discussion. Is it a good lecturer or a bad lecturer? No. Before you know, there must be something that is lecturing you, isn't it? There must be is something that is very important. When you use all this criteria, any question that you ask that we cannot use data, that's the summary of our discussion. Any question that you ask that we cannot use data to answer is what type of question? I want to hear it kind of any question that you ask that we cannot use data to answer is a bad question. Any question that you ask that we can collect data and use data to answer the question is what everybody does.
A good question.
So, if we ask what kind of event the young people in our church enjoy the most, then we will need to collect this data. You can say, we can conduct a survey. Are you with me now? When people were saying that our church, some people, we monitor preachers. People were asking that why are we always finishing around there? Then we started commenting. Don't tell everybody this one is confidential. Is that okay? Now what we have started doing was to monitor our attendance. We were monitoring boys attendance, girls. This is boys, this is girls. This is men, this is women. You can see the pattern, but maybe if you look at the total attendance, this is our total attendance over time. So we can ask what is the pattern in our attendance. We can see occasionally, this was when we got up here. There was an event.
Yes.
Yeah, we had a program. We had a program there. We had that slide. But if you look at this, you will see this thing is moving up and down around the center line. So if you draw a line like this, that tells you our average attendance over time, which is around between 110 and 120. 110 and 120. Now we are able to answer questions. What is the pattern of attendance? But let me tell you more about it. We started looking at the duration. The duration, this is Pastor Victoria, has been coming, though not as famous, it's not a frequent preacher here. But for the times it came, he spent 61 minutes, 50 seconds on average. And that makes it the longest preacher that we have. Is that okay? Because if we now want to start, who are the longest preachers? The best one is Professor Alakia. On average, also is not a different preacher, but for the occasion, because this is the average duration for the period we preach. Now, my evangelist is here. My evangelist is there, so on average, it's less than an hour. Are you able to see the now, the issue is what we did was to find the average of all the times we speak.
Because those people at the top, they are people that don't give frequent.
Yeah, but it's average. So the average will definitely. So even if I preach 100 times, then I will divide all the advantage. So So if you be preaching 5 times, it was like that tells you, it tells how you, on average, and that followed Pastor Pastor. So on average, actually, I mean, on average, you will see that evangelists are really it's just few minutes, less than an hour. And I follow, but we are all in the same group, 50 something. But of course, the shortest preacher, who also is not a different preacher, is Pastor Governor, 35 minutes. Now, if I ask you, who is the longest, if I ask you, who would you like to preach next But why are we doing this? We are just we can use this in our life. You can still share your message. But the point is, we are learning how to ask questions and also how to find what answer to let's go back to this. So here to find answer to this question of what kind of how many minutes you have. What kind of events will young people in our church enjoy to use? So, of course, we need to collect data. We can use survey data, right? Design a form and ask them what's your preference? What event do you like? Do you want us to have sport events in that program? Do you want us to have Bible? Do you want us to have games and all of that? You can now choose your question. Attendance record from past events. If we have data about past events and we know which events are most attended, that will also be a sort of guide. So that is saying that we could use historical data also as a way to find answer to this kind of question. We can also rely on feedback from previous group events, which will not necessarily be organized here, maybe in other places. Since we are talking of youth, then what we do about youth in other youth participation in other events, we can also be guided by that. Then we can also get information on popular events in Ibadan or around these things. So, in essence, questions have to be questions formulated of you. One that you can use data to provide answers. And these are different possible data that we can manipulate. So the truth is this: if you answer the question based on survey results, it may be different from the one you get from attendance record. Two of us. It may be different from the one you get, but you will have answer. And there's no, when it comes to social research and whatever, there's no final answer. It's not mathematics that is equals to 2.
Just stop. Right click. Okay, so that's one thing.
Sorry, we have just 2 slides. And after this, Peter will come and we will have maybe breakdown. Is the light coming? We are waiting for the lights to be installed so that we can project. We have just 2 lights for this. Are there questions, Mario? Are there questions? Are there questions? So the summary of this discussion basically is that we should, before we start handling data, before we start using data, we must ask what question. Yes, sir. What is the difference between question actually, yes, before I answer, who's going to your audience? What is the difference between question and problem? Yes, sir. Sometimes also, people will raise questions because because they want to understand the community. If, for instance, suddenly you discover that the rate of the country is rising, right? Management will get more activity, or suddenly you see that sales performance is dwindling, or income is dwindling, and revenue and expenditure is rising, cost is rising, then what do you do? You get worried, and then you start asking questions. That way, problem can necessitate you can solve. Sometimes also curiosity. You are told when you are solving problems, many people believe that they have to explain. And then suddenly started doing the time. Okay. Started the time. Is it true that they have to plan? When you realize people have been traveling, they have been traveling, if they have this plan, nobody has ever wrong. If they have this plan, like this office, it could have gotten to a point when somebody will get to the end, listen to it, and then fall down. They realize it has never happened. So, questions started from the answers so let's quickly move to we want to practice and then we move this session and move to the next session. So let's practice and we are going to divide ourselves now into three. One group will discuss how church want to improve our data. We will ask questions how concerning how we can improve our data in our church services. Another group will focus on business and we will discuss how they want how to be business like our company business. Are you seeing the program? Personally stuff. We are seeing that. So that group will focus on how can we have increase in sales. So we will raise questions. We will raise really good questions. To answer whatever concern we have. The third group, we want to understand the most popular social media platform among young people in our church. The most popular social media. Are we ready for this? This is practical. Right? So we are going to do something. We are going to do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then this group will be what question do we need that will answer the data? What question do we understand this? Do we understand? Okay, so let's start. 1, 2, so for those of us who are one, let's go.
You must let those that you stay with us.
Yeah. So quickly, we move on. Just two. The only thing to find out is 2 to 3 good questions. 2 to 3 good questions. Okay. Come up with two to three good questions that we can answer.
We are trying to create a group. Group 1, Group 2, Group 3. We have 3 groups.
Three. Can form your group there. Just form a circle. Father, we thank you for this session. We ask God that will help us in Jesus' name. So three, you can also form a circle.
Two to three good questions that we answer with data. This group is for our church that wants to improve attendance at Sunday school. Two to three good questions that we can answer with data.
This is Group 2.
My friend, once.
And this is Group 3.
Your group is still your group. You want to understand the popular social media platform. Then you have to remind young people in our what are the things that we are going to consider before we answer? What are the things? Relevant, focus,
Because we are seeing us, they are running it throughout the day. They are not closing shop after first time. They are still selling it. That's the point. How can we improve our food? And they are making 10,000 per day. How can we make it not higher and higher? And go to employ more people and make sure the business is thriving. Either the Sunday or the profit. One. Okay,
What appropriate approach
No, she's talking about advertisement. She now says some people will go through flyer, some use social media to sell their goods. She's now asking that we are going to deliberate on the most effective advertisement that we can go for. The question says we should suggest 2 or 3 questions that we need to find solutions to. Advertisement is part of it. Advertisement is
I think we can actually, yeah, I think I actually choose that question in the form of like something like accessibility. How do you get to know that from church? Like saying something like what platform can we have?
Popular social media. Like my lecture WhatsApp. You can send video. Text message. Through WhatsApp. Invite people for WhatsApp.
So now, I actually choose that question that how do we get to know about our church? Because some people say they send on WhatsApp status, some people say they send on Facebook, some people say they send on other things. So you can ask that what platform do we get to know about our church?
That one is the question.
That's the question.
How make us for those who are experienced and so on, we will do it twice a week, 3 times a week. And then we need to define what constitutes effective what? Evangelism. Effective evangelism will be that we are able to win souls. Each time we go out, because it's not effective, we just go out, dance, and play, and do gymnastics, and then we come back. And it's not, and we are back to the same, it doesn't increase our, it doesn't increase our number. Two of us. So to make that, we need to answer the question, how many times? And then, what constitutes effective what? Evangelism. Number 2.
Which type of communication, which type of method of communication would be more effective to reach new better?
Thank you very much. Do we communicate in natural language? Do we communicate in English? Or spiritual language? Do we use tongue or speak the tongue? And so on like that. We need what is the most effective tool. And then all those who are involved in evangelism is able to let's use another language, the language of understand, or we use the language of teacher to be able to communicate easily and things like that. Right? Yes, any other question? Yes. Yes. Excellent. All programs to be bringing, particularly academic news. If you are targeting, all programs. I also expect programs about discrimination and our population. How to be thank you for Yes.
The local business in Ibadan wants to increase its sales.
Sales, yes.
So we now talk about methods or ways by which he or she can improve or increase sales. The first thing we talked about is number 1, where is the location of the store?
Where is the location of that shop?
Is it very close to the targeted customers?
Okay.
Is it far from the customers? Are the customers within the vicinity?
Okay. Excellent.
That's number 1. That's question 1.
Good.
Then question 2, I will talk about the advertisement and branding.
Okay.
The way the people see your business,
Okay.
the way they will approach you, and it determines whether they will patronize your business or not. So it depends on the way the business is. Then the last one, let me say number 3. Who are my competitors?
Competitors.
Yes.
How many competitors?
What do I have?
Okay.
Are they beside you?
Great.
Are they far from you?
Great.
Are they selling lower than my prices?
Great.
Or are they selling above my prices? And some other questions that we are thinking like that.
Great.
So 3 or 4. Then we talked about the rate of turnover. How do we sell our goods? Are we putting much more money on goods, which will make it not patronize us? Or we only put small money and we have more turnover? So it depends on the kind of turnover that we or what we decide to make through our business.
Thank data from customers
Yes.
that are patronizing the job. For instance, we can know what products they often purchase. And make sure that we never run out of stock at any time on those products. Right? And also, like you rightly said, who are the competitors around? What is the price range for the product in that area? Then you need to do survey to know if you are selling primary school goods, how much are they also selling it in the vicinity. Then you compare prices. So we can use data to answer a lot of questions that will lead to increase in the sales. This is also challenging all of us who are in the business to have a way of keeping records, daily sales, and sales by product. Also know your customer. When you see banks talking about knowing your customer, KYC, know your customer. You need to have the database of your customer. Frequent customers, occasional customers. There are also bulk purchasers. There are also retail purchasers. These are ways that you need to have great, and that's what Peter is coming to now tell you how you can start recording your data in a spreadsheet, and then you will be analyzing it. Anybody who is in business here should learn to use data to increase his or her business performance. God will help us. Even if you have not started a business and you are thinking, you might need to first of all do what we call feasibility study. What is lacking in this area? In this community, many things are lacking. You can be the one that will be providing. Instead of people going from here to Bodija to come and get those things, you can be providing. And you'll be making yourself. The final one, yes. Number 3. What's the problem? What's the problem? Most popular social media. Okay, most popular social media. Yes.
Now the next question that we have.
Yes.
Which of these social media platforms
Okay.
do you prefer to have fun?
Excellent.
To have fun. Yes.
Okay.
The second one, which of these social media consume less data? Consume less data.
Which of these social media consume less data? Okay. That would be difficult to answer. That would be difficult to answer. But it's a whether Facebook consume more data than YouTube, or YouTube consume more data than
Twitter,
well, we know that
Instagram,
maybe
Twitter.
WhatsApp may not consume more than
fẹ́ wo mic kan níbi.
You may take this thing as being very easy. You are carrying what even some of the questions and you are also carrying what industry like what this place that are portfolio is saying, this is what I can do, this is what I have done. You are able to proceed in your portfolio what you have done. And they ask you, have you analyzed data before? Can you visualize data? I've done it before. If somebody is asking you now, how many visualizations have I done? It's not to show you. I will just give you the link. Go and see my visualization. Are you with me now? So we are training and we are beginning to train you that you build a portfolio alongside with your CV. Is that okay now? In that portfolio, that's where, like mechanics, they used to have a box. Do you know that? What they put in the box? These are that pyramid. In that two box, you see panel. Basically, they don't give you panel. In that two box, you see hammer. Isn't it? But in the school, they give you two of us and say you are satisfied with the requirement of the award of bachelor of science. You are only satisfied with the award. The university is also able to so-called this is
do I learn it? And then it's hands-on, practical. Therefore, you have a computer, you have to put it on your computer for someone. Listen, your computer should be on now. Because you have what to do.
I use them
are tools that you can use without internet, but there are tools that you need the internet to make use of. Which one in your view is better? Which one? The offline. I will come back to you. You are doing that. You say online. Okay, but I'll tell you why offline is better. So what you are saying is, with offline, you won't be thinking about data. Brother, why? So we now have a problem. Is that not so? Today, we are going to make the offline tool, okay, for gathering data. Hello? Changing the form of data, using data to do calculations, analysis, and to show the kind of charts that Prof was showing us, so that we can draw insights. So this is the trick. The trick is that we will teach you the online tool, but we will now teach you how you can convert that online to offline, and then use it offline because we also want to save data. Makes sense? So we are introducing two types of spreadsheets. One is Microsoft Excel, the other one is Google Sheets. And Prof wants to say something concerning how you can access our data. So we brought data here. So that by the time we get to the online tool, everybody will be able to access it. However, one important thing about the online tool is that it allows all of us to work together on a single document. So we can, wherever you are, in any part of the world, we can open a document, so long as you are connected to the internet, all of us can be working simultaneously. So we are going to do that today. We will do the offline, we'll be using Microsoft Excel. We will do the online, we'll be using Google Sheets. Therefore, in case you don't have a Gmail account, you need to have, okay? You can't be doing all of this without having a Gmail account. Then you can also actually do it on your phone. But why would you want to be a data analyst or data engineer and not to jobs? Am I making sense? Am I making sense? So let me read from here. Even if this is across the road, you'll be able to get it. So what we are doing now is how do we connect the questions to the tools? So in my last group, they were talking about what kind of business am I going to set up in this area, who are my competitors, where should I locate it, and then the other group was talking about what's the best social media platform, and all those questions that we are asking. The goal of asking those questions is for us to gather data. So we must ask clever questions. Once we ask, what is okay, let's do. If you want to connect to the Wi-Fi, use this platform. Let's come in and connect. So in case I'm talking too fast, let me know. Because I can forget myself. I'm excited. This is my first time in this church. I'm so excited I have this kind of program because I know what you can result in your life. I'm not joking. You understand? And you don't need to learn everything today. It's just for you to be disciplined that every Saturday I want to spend 2 hours on this thing. If you have to buy for the Bible, you have to go to somebody's place and ask and go there and spend your 2 hours learning online. Okay? Because for instance, now you write your logo, Bible.com. K-A-G-G-L-E. K-A-G-G-L-E. Bible. And if you are online, you can go there. Just go to the new tab, open that website, there you can get data. Plenty. You can even learn. K-A-G-G-L-E. And please, make sure you cannot bring with questions. It's not about how many things that we are able to learn. It's how many we can learn within time and master. Make sense? Yes, sir. Great. Can I continue? Yes, sir. So we are looking at how we can know the tools to use once we have asked the right question. In one of the slides that Prof showed us, he was showing us the different types of data. And I must say that I was really impressed when you were giving examples of numerical data, categorical data, and text. You guys did very well. Okay? So if you're able to answer that and you master that, then you're already on the way to analyzing properly. So, software applications that we are going to introduce to you will help us to organize our data. Help us to analyze our data. And lastly, visualize. You can write that in your notes. You can write Microsoft Excel and Google Sheets. You can write that. You have it there. It's one place. And in actual fact, you can go to your computer and open a notebook, okay? And write on the notebook. And if it's your phone, you can also write on the notebook. So, Microsoft Excel and Google Sheets helps us to organize, analyze, and visualize. That's what we are going to do. Organize data, analyze data, and visualize data. At the start of the lecture, we were told that raw data is usually very messy, very disorganized. You can't actually get information from it. So there are several things that you can do to make your data become organized, removing the irrelevant things. Okay? I don't know if anybody here knows how to make garri. Is it the cassava from the farm that you are going to bring? The younger one, talk me through the process. I have a farm, on my farm there's cassava, but I want garri. Young people don't know. Step one. Harvest cassava. Okay. Next step. This guy, I never don't say that before. You have to. You beat it. Let's go. Next step.
You wash.
You wash it. Go on, let me get the next one.
You take it to grind.
You
Grind.
You grind it.
Next
You cook it now.
bag it. Bag it.
Okay, so I can squeeze. Watch out. So that's the same idea. Okay, so the idea here is that in today's class, we are focusing on Microsoft Excel. So I'll be oscillating between the slides and the Microsoft Excel. I'll be open at Microsoft Excel. You all have Microsoft. You have Microsoft. Let me give you 2 minutes to get your Microsoft. You are Microsoft Excel.
Clean.
Because of the sun. Please, for the moment, if there is energy on your laptop, you can unplug it for now. Just for some time, so that when it's something, I guess I use solar. So if you reduce the closer, you can reduce the closer. Okay, however, let me see how I can do this without this slide. How many of you know how to browse? Answer, everybody. When you want to browse, you need what you call a web browser. An example of a web browser is a Google Chrome. We know that. So let's open Google Chrome. Just open Google. And then search for the place where you have those 9 dots. Without Google Apps now. You are not so. You know where Google Apps are? Where you get your Google Drive and stuff. I know where it is. Just click and show doctor. A doctor will show assistant. Assistant will show business one. And then like that. Let's finish. Look at Tony. Please ask on. I'll just show you the interface on Google Sheets. Go to what's not there. Go back to our slides. So we have 20 minutes to cover this part. Okay, so that's my own. Can you see my cursor? Gmail, images. This is what I'm talking about. This place. If you click on that, you will see Google Apps. Just as you have application on your phone, there are applications on this web page. Can you see that? So if you scroll down, you see
Where's the system?
sheets.
Why don't you connect it with the system?
Check there. Smart Debit can also take this. You never read there. There. My business, auntie. Are you there? My brother, you are there. My friend, help me now. If you are there, help somebody now. Are we there? Okay. So, my sister, are you there? Bro, my friend. Why now?
Yes, ma'am. Me too.
Correct. So the guys who get so when you are doing shit, you can it's just like having Microsoft Word. The interface is the same. But before we go to the interface, you can select a blank sheet. I'm not in the hurry because it's better to get each of those steps. So click on blank sheet. Once you click on blank sheet, it will show you a spreadsheet. And like that, I will open it. My brother, have you opened yours? Should I do it? Yes, sir. So I'll see it. I'll have to see it. Let us be that dot. I'm done. Be there. Let's go there. Did you see anything like untitled spreadsheet at the top here? That's how Microsoft Excel is. If I open Excel now, you see that it's just like almost like a number of. Let me open it now. Same thing. The same idea. You need help. If you need help, you can come and help. Help, please help. So she's okay. Have you opened those two tools? Madam, no. Yeah, it's correct for challenge. Go. One example. Black sheep first. Black sheep. Okay, good. So let's come back to the slide. So what we have done now is we have seen two tools. The tools are Microsoft Excel and Google Sheets. I will say that the same. Only that Microsoft Excel is good for when there is no data. Another one is good for when you have data. That makes sense. Good. So let's go to our notes again and do one or two slides. Then we'll go back. What are spreadsheets? Okay, too long. Okay, don't worry, let me try again. Please look at me, don't worry. Imagine that imagine that the screen. Can you see letter A on the screen? A, B, C, D. Here, the rows. On top of that, those letters A, B, C, D, and O. That region is called the ribbon. What I call it? That's where you get so many other materials. So the spreadsheet is like the toolbox that the mechanic will bring to the shop. But inside that toolbox, everything is where you capture your tools. Am I making sense? And the way you capture data is in horizontal forms and vertical form for now. The kind of data that we are introducing to you is such that you have A, B, C, D. Can you try something? Where do you think that thing will end? We can accept. Where will it end? It goes on and on and on and on and on. So on this particular portion, what do you have? You have rows. You have rows. Row 1. Can you see those numbers? You have the structure of the spreadsheet. An example of a spreadsheet is your report card. What children normally fear at the end of the term. Our parents are also anxious to see that. So in that sheet, you have the subjects in the rows. This is what I have in the rows. The names of students in the rows, and then English, maths, and so on. Is that so? Can we go on? Okay, good. So think of a spreadsheet as your notebook that has rows and colors. If I want to draw a picture, I'll use a drawing book or a blank sheet. If I want to write a letter, I will use my higher education or my notebook. But this Excel notebook has both rows and columns, and it is digital. So in this material, what we have is think of spreadsheets as a digital notebook with rows and columns. Let's try something. Which one is the rows? Is it the horizontal or this one? So in these rows, in these columns, which one is correct? Is it in these columns or in these columns? In these columns. In these columns, that is where you write things like name, age, height, state of origin, country, all those things we call them variables. What do I call them? Because mummies. Spreadsheet. It is also a simple way of organizing information. Calculations and businesses. I own a school, many schools, and many people use spreadsheet every day. And it will be so for you, even if what you are selling is pure water, to help you to keep it, and then the item that you are selling. It helps a lot. Look at the chart that and he suddenly realized that it's something that uses the highest volume of data. But I was able to link up to the program. So I was using Excel and Google Sheets to look at the we also look at visualization. It's how we do. Okay, so what are then the key parts of the spreadsheet? Let's say them together. Number one, cells. What number two? Rows. Number three, let's say them. Let's look at those three parts. So we go to, you can choose where you want to go to. I want to go to these letters A, B, C, D, F, and so on. They are the rows. Sorry, columns. The letters A, B, C, and I write name. Charity for name here is called A. So the row here, I don't know if you can see this number here. Check number one in that first place. You write name and check what is written on the top. You will see A1. And can anybody tell us why it's A1? Why is A1? The column is A, the row is 1. Okay, let me now call this, let me change this to first name. Difference between problem and question. So we can say, when there are problems, you need to ask questions. If you start getting answers to those questions, you now need a tool where you can ask. Rachel, this is my surname. She's asked me many times. So my name is Peter, and my surname is Owe. Rachel, are you there? That's it. So, it has moved to the next slide. So let's do it. So let's do it. Measure. They are the variables. Need to measure. They are the variables. The things that you like So make sure when you are doing that, you ensure that the person that will use it will still understand. Secondly, be consistent. I'll show you what I did. You might not have noticed. And if you did not, you might have made mistakes too. Look at the names of my first row. First, I made all of them to be bold. Did you notice that? And all of them begin with small letters. Did you notice that? Good. It's good to be consistent. But when I wanted to enter my name, what did I do? I capitalized it. So make sure you are consistent because you don't need to gather data for gathering data sake. You need data for further usage. So make sure you are notice the states. How did I begin all the states? Small letter. If I begin a door with capital letter, technically there's a lot wrong. To the novice, a newcomer, you will feel there's nothing wrong, but there's a lot wrong. Because later on, when you begin to acquire these skills, you would have learned these bad habits and then you struggle. Okay? I give you an example. I learned how to drive wearing my shoes. And now, sorry, I learned how to drive not wearing my shoes. Now I can't drive without pulling off my shoes. Many times I get embarrassed. Because when I come, I have to wear my shoes. So what am I saying? Do you drive? You drive your shoes and you drive comfortable. So if you get used to a particular, way of doing data analysis, you have learned bad habits along the time. So make sure that you have a consistent pattern. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Yeah. So this is everybody's favorite when you begin to learn using Excel and spreadsheets for data analysis. How you can use basic formulas. That's what we want to do. We want to use Excel to do calculations, such as calculating sum, calculating average, and so many other things. So whereas I'm going to come back to this slide, I want to go and demonstrate it first to see if you can get it. If you get it, then we'll come back and read this note. Am I making sense? If you read this note, it might not be too sweet. But if you go and demonstrate it, and you're able to get it, then the file that we have next will become an exercise for you. Can you see practice the formula? Are you with me? Ordinarily, I'm supposed to show you that slide and expect you to practice this formula. But I'm a very kind person. The only thing is I'm going to make something more than what you have on the screen. But you know whether you need that kind. So let's go. Are you ready? Look at these columns. Which columns do you think you can really do calculations with? Look at them. You have to actually do mathematical calculations. Salary. Salary and age. Why can't we do the state? Because we can't have a door or not to do. Because we from exams. I mean, so the first thing that you need to know is that to write the formula, you need to code. I've heard of coding. Yes. Heard of coding. So you code in Excel too. You get a particular set of syntax, letters and numbers. And in writing, you make use of letters, you make use of numbers, and you also make use of symbols. Hello? You make use of symbols, letters, and numbers. So when you are going to use an Excel function, you are going to begin by writing the symbol equal to. Always begin your Excel function at this step for now with equal to. So the question is, where do you want to put that value? Whatever you are, where do you want to put it? I want to put mine in C9. Locate C9. I write equal to there. Go to C9. I write equal to. Let's say. Equal to. The next thing I'm going to write is what you want to do. That thing that you want to do is called a function. So in this one, I want to add. Another name for addition is sum. So I'm going to write sum. I want to start writing sum. It will give you options. There are many options. But I'm beginning from this level. So what's the first that we wrote, sir? Equal to. After that, sum. Then we now put a bracket. We are going to close that bracket. But once you write brackets, Excel will give you something. It will give you hints. What did you write there? Number one. No, so. Correct. So what we are going to do is this. We are going to decide whether we want to solve all the numbers or we want to choose where we want to solve. For now, we want to solve all the ages. From where? From the first person. Who is the first person? Peter. What is the age of Peter? Where is Peter? C2. So you can actually write C2. But if that is going to be difficult, just click on that 25 and you write myself. So it is equal to what you want to do, bracket, and where you want to start from. After that, you put column. That column means I want to start from C2 and I want to stop somewhere. Where should we stop? C6. So go and click on C6. Excel is so helpful. It's just highlight everything for you. Equal to sum, bracket, C2 up to C6. Then you close the bracket. Then equal to by what's the okay. I change it to this one. So let's add one more person. I propose on you. Let me know add you down. So exercise for you before we go to the document. Go and do salary. Do salary in F9. We are looking for some move. C2 colon C6 and close the bracket. Then close the bracket. So what? No one for you. And I'm checking whether you want. Check this. You want. Okay, let me go back and show you. So if I click on this, it will show me the formula. If you double click on that, as I show you. So you say equal to write the function, and then you put bracket where you are starting from and where you want to go. Are we done, sir? Yes, sir. Rational? Yes, sir. Equal to the sum plus the correct. Oniko, Ompro, Ore. But are you the program as a type? And are you following this? Are you sure? What was it? Because I want to come in the other side. Big one. So let's go to our document. And then you really want to write it. This is the document. This is what you are practicing. Let's do some math. We want to do some math. Look at that line 9. Formulas usually read that. 1 to go. Formulas usually 1 to go. So always start with 2 plus. What's the next thing? Common basic formulas with simple example. The first one. So what does it do? Add up numbers. How do you write it? Equal to sum, bracket, where you want to start from, colon, where you want to end, close the bracket. So what it does is add numbers from A1 to A5. The next one is average. Average is mean. That means you add all the ages together and you divide by the number of people. How many people do we have in our spreadsheet? Is it 6 or 5? 5 people. So if you wanted to do it with your calculator, you add 85 and divide 85 by 5, half and 17. Should we demonstrate that? Okay, so it's true. Okay, so let's go. So we'll go and we'll go under page, under 87. Go to cell C10. C10 equal to A, B, E, R, A, G, E. Open bracket. Where are we starting from? C2. Where do you want to learn? C6. Close bracket. Enter. 17.4. So the 87 no, 87 divided by 5 is 17. It's 85 divided by 5 is 17. Do the same for salary. In case you need the formula, I'll do it. Equal to average bracket where you start from, colon, where you end, close the bracket. I ask you this. You share our side. Who has no salary? How much?
F3 Lekosa. F3 is F3 you right?
Oh, I jumped one. You should be from where?
From F2.
Great. Fantastic.
Thank you, sir.
So let's now go to our document and see how much progress we have made. We made so much progress. Significant progress. It will look very ordinary when you are adding a few rows. But when you have thousands of rows, like the work that Prof is doing and collecting data from the school, plenty, 10,000. So those are the kind of things that you need to know so that it's easier for you to do. You can also count, but don't forget that we agreed that if you want to do mathematical calculations, you only do it on numerical data. Is that also? So go and use this count function on your data. Everybody. Go and use this count function to find the count for the relevant columns. You decide the relevant columns. Do you understand this? You first decide the relevant columns. You go there and you introduce this count function and tell us what your results are. Sir, say I follow me. Okay, good. Who are you? Madam, follow. So we go to Excel. This 87 is sum. This other one is average. So now we want to do a new one. I want that one to become. Okay. Why are you doing that? So, madam, we want to do count. We can't do count for name. We can't do count for state. We can only do count for age and salary. So we said that anytime you want to use formula, you remember you to forward to. Then you now mention the name of what you want to do. And then you now tell us where you want to count from. We want to count from C1 now. C2. Where do you want to stop?
C3 now. I only the answer.
Because now it's not showing that for
Yes, sir. Okay.
so I actually can do this one. But now that's not. So now C6, I mean,
Yes, sir.
then we'll close the bracket.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll have 5. So you can use it for salary. So now to exercise. Imagine this is the number of attendees at different youth fellowship meetings in April. How many rows do we have? How many rows do we have? Okay, not everybody sees. 5 rows. How many columns? 2 columns. What kind of data is in column 1? Someone listen. Let's go again. Madam, I tell her to come. Walk. My walk. Let's start again. Can we start again? Can we go? So imagine that this is the number of people that attended different youth fellowship meeting last month, for instance. I said, how many rows do we have? 5 rows. How many columns? What's the name of the first column? What kind of data we have? We have 3 types. There's numerical, there's categorical, and there's text. What type is that? It's text. It's text now. I agree. What about the second one? Numerical. So which one can we use to do calculations? Numerical. Good. So this is your exercise. Select an empty cell below the attendees. You know the attendees is the one that is numerical. Can I go on? And then, for instance, you can pick cell B7. You know you are going to type this on the spreadsheet. So the first is you are going to type on the spreadsheet. Correct. So by the way, this brings us to something new. This is a workbook. This one is called what I call it the workbook. It's like your notebook. Inside your notebook, we have sheets. So those sheets, hello sir. This one is the first sheet. If you go below, you see sheet 1. Sir, can you open sheet 1? Leave it at the end. If you click on the plus, that's what we have. Sheet 2. So we are creating a new sheet. So create a new sheet to do this exercise. Hold on. Okay, so we go back. So this is the exercise. Okay? Oh, yeah. So you have created a spreadsheet. Find count, find sum, and find average. No. No, today. Flat. I find it interesting. We are about some. Some average times. Straight away. So let's find median. Find median. All it does, what is it you should do? The same thing. What do you do there? Median. Median is the middle one. So there are a whole lot of calculations that I can do. What's your median? 18. What's your median? Median. 18 and median is the one in the middle. When you arrange this thing, what's the smallest number? 15. Never to go. 18 over that. So long. Yes, sir. Okay, now. That's good. So this is explanation. You use equal to, you put the function, and you define the range. Define the range. So, you've also done average, right? You've done average. Yes, sir. Do you get 92 for your son? You got 92 for your son? Good. So we have finished with Excel. Let's now go and do it on Google. So connect to the internet. Connect to the internet. If the internet is not you can also use it. No, I'm put it up. We get 92 for total and 18.4 for average. So we have done this using Microsoft Excel. We now also do it online on Google Sheets. And what we are going to do on Google Sheets is the advantage that Google Sheets provides, where all of us can enter our details. Do you understand? But before we go to that, let's conclude on this material. What are the key things that we need to remember? Number one, spreadsheets are powerful tools for working with data. They are used for calculations. Albeit very few calculations. There are so many calculations that you can use it for. And it's not just for calculations. For instance, if we go back to that spreadsheet, just watch. You know I created a column called full name. Do you remember that? Yes. Good. So I want to work on that full name. How do you get somebody's full name? First name, space, and then surname. My first name is Peter. My surname is Owe. So if you want to get my full name, you should have Peter and then have O. But we cannot add Peter to O. We can do what we call concatenation, bringing them side by side. So we introduce a new function. I'm going to call that function concatenation. So if you go to full name, what will be the first thing that you write when you are writing the function? What's what I do? Once you put it auto, it already knows that you want to write a function. The function that I want to write is concatenate. When you start typing, you see it there. So let's write that. Concatenate. And then you put brackets. What do I want to concatenate? I want to take Peter and I want to put my surname in front of it. So I will pick Peter. Peter is in A2. And then I'll put a comma. I will create space. You know, if you write Peter without space, it will just be one word. So when I create space, let me first write the normal way. If I add this other one to it, let me first show you one. Can you see what it has given me? No space. So when you say concatenate, it takes my name and put the other name in front of it. But I want them to be space. So because I want them to be space, I will now put space between the two of them and then use quotation marks. But in between the quotation marks, I will use space. Quotation mark for you. But if we do that, let's do it. Let's do it. Since the contains errors, yes, there's no command. So let me reduce the size so I can explain the thing that I use. So what did I do? Equal to concatenate bracket my first name, which is A2, comma, quotation marks, but in between those quotation marks, I will leave space. Because if I don't leave space in between these quotation marks, and I run that, you see, it's not there together. So it's until I leave space in between the two quotation marks that I can now separate my name from my surname. Try that. If you have issues, let me know. Should I put on the formula? Yes, sir. Go back to work. Come on again. 5 count. Count. Before to count. Look up for 8 seconds. Look up for 8 seconds. Please look up. Madam, I have a secret for you. Secret. Great secret. So what is going to happen is, when I want to do a check, I won't bother myself about typing a check. I'll just plug it in and do the rest. I won't have to start typing the formula again. Once I have that formula for that first person, I'm going to come close and help you because it is difficult. So let me do it again. Once you have done the first one, you will take your cursor to the edge. Towards the edge here, I will say plus sign. Not the big plus sign, the thin plus sign. Then you now press with your left hand and drag with your right hand up to where it was to stop. So if you have thousands, you just drag down and do everything. Let's go. I can go back to the formula like I get it. So check. Yes. Very good. So let's go on. Let's go on. We will end the session in the next 5-10 minutes. The other session will be short. Because I don't want to launch. So we'll start. So we'll go. So let's go and do the issue. Join online. Let's join online. So again, I can rename this sheet. If you go to where you have sheet 1, and you right click, you will see many options. You can do a lot of things. You can debate, you can insert, whatever you do. I want to rename the sheet. So I'll click on rename. Then if you allow that sheet, I can now call that the notes that we're using. Or I can call it the example. Yes. So if you want to rename a sheet, you go to where that sheet is written. You click on it. Then you right click. And then you see rename. When you click on rename, so I like to be blue. You can now type it. So you can actually have hundreds of sheets in one workbook. It's a management system. You can have the data of all the churches in Ibadan. You just want workbook. Yes, let me grab 20 churches. You have 20 churches in Ibadan. Roughly speaking, you have about 5,000 churches. What do you think, my sister? So let's go on. So if you go online, we are going to be using Spreadsheets. How did you get to this spreadsheet? We said create a new tab. If you are using Google Chrome, to be easy, if you are not using Google Chrome, say for instance, if you are using Microsoft Edge, what I would recommend that you do is when you open a new tab, you type Google Chrome. And when you type the Google Chrome, you select the Google browser. Because what want to access are called Google applications, Google apps. And it's not only Google Sheet that is there. There is also Google Slides. Okay? There's Google Doc. And like Prof was saying, this one is just the beginning of some other things. Okay? That might come on. So, but I use Google Pro. I said, you go to where we have these 9 dots. You click on them, you scroll down to Sheets. And once you get to Sheets, you are going to pick a blank sheet. How do that work? How does that work? Internet is poor. Internet is poor. So, anyways, it's the same idea. The only difference is that when you use Google Sheet, you can send a link to someone else and they can be working sometimes. Yeah. Say we want to collect data about all the C.A.C churches in Nigeria, and then we are 3 people that are doing it. I can have somebody in the north, maybe somebody in the south, or in the southwest. You know, C.A.C is normally southwest. So if you do that, if you don't want to work on the same sheet, I can decide to work from row 1 to row 1000. And then you will start from row 1001 to like that. So that's what spreadsheet helps us to do. And we can wake up at any time in the day and just say, brother, Alpha, are you busy now? No. Hello, online. We're working on online. Let's do the editing. I saw that last week you showed that 24 people attended the meeting. They were actually 25. Then you can correct. So Google Sheet helps us to work collaboratively. And it's so beautiful that when we get the data visualization, it makes visualization easier than Microsoft Excel. So this is where we are going to stop in part 3. And then we'll give us 10 minutes break. We'll be back at 3 o'clock. Good afternoon for now. Ṣé mo fi ṣùtù? Just 10 minutes. Internet yẹn ò lọ.
Internet.
Use your own data. We have 2 more minutes. But you see, you have to use your data. Because I want to show you something like that. We are going to continue. But first, let's go.
Não, quando você foi o Ivo, eu fui. Ayé tí mo a máa gbé wọn lérè.
All right. Welcome back to part 4. seen that there was a reason for you coming, motivation. And in the morning, we saw what you be learning. And this afternoon, we have started seeing how we can use Excel to do some calculations, right? As a reminder, if I want to find average, what's the code? Equal to average bracket decimal anyway. Our close bracket. All right. So, what have we seen so far today? We have seen what data is. We have seen how to ask good questions, right? The pastor said that on Sunday in church, every question is okay. It's only for the purpose of data analysis that we are saying some questions are not so good. Do you remember that? Okay, good. So we have now seen how to organize spreadsheets using Excel. We will not use Google Sheet. Maybe in the next training, because we will show you. You come with your own data. So let's now see how to make our data easier to understand. And that takes us to our next concept, which is data visualization. So visualize the screen. What if we love? Visualize what you love. I will need it to know. Orienting build up. Emma will be mentoring with television. So why do we visualize? You know, pictures speak better than letters. If you remember what Prophet was in the morning, when he was showing us the time that those who were using on the platform, do you remember? And we were able to see out of those charts. So visualization turn number and text into charts and graphs. It helps us to see the patterns and the trends. I'm reading from that again. This helps us to see patterns, trends, and we're able to compare easily. Who was that preacher that had the lowest line?
Pastor Lowe.
Did you see that his own bar of the shortest? That's what visualization does. Just by seeing that picture, you are taking care of thousands of words. So, as somebody who wants to use data, if you are going to communicate with people, you first need to know the kind of people that you are going to communicate with. If there are people who don't even have any technical skill, just take it to visualization. Even though there are people that have technical skills, visualization will bring more details out. So, an analogy is given here, example. He says that think of it like seeing a picture of a football match. You watch the highlights. Chelsea versus whoever. Manchester United. And you don't watch the full match, but you have only seen 5 minutes of the highlights. Do you know that that can give you more visual than if you listen to somebody speak for 2 hours? That match was very tough. It ended 1-0 in the first half. But by seeing short clips, so visuals are very powerful. What you see, you are able to remember faster than the things that you read. So that's why when people are learning at junior school, they learn with pictures. The goal of those pictures is to make the understanding easier. So if you use that picture, I will come with this level. When you are presenting your work, you must know how to show visualization. And you need those background knowledge of categorical data, of numerical data, and so on, to know the best way to visualize the data. So today, we are discussing 3 types of charts. When we get to the implementation of this thing, we will see that there are many charts. But for today's session, we are focusing on 3 different types of charts. The first chart is a bar chart. An example of a bar chart is what Prof showed us in the morning. Remember those bars? Those bars can be standing upright and they can be horizontal. So long as there are bars like that, they are referred to as bar charts. A simple bar chart does what? It compares categories. So when you are going to use a bar chart, you must have categories. It must be categorical data. Example of categorical data. Gender, another one. Age. Religion, state of origin. Again. Tribe, like that tribe. So that gives us a map. We now know, okay, to visualize this thing, I'll need to use the pattern because that's very important. It's important to know that directions are necessary, but it's better to use the depth visualization based on the kind of data that you're analyzing. Makes sense? If you're going to use a different type of chart, it will not convey the kind of information that you desire. So when do we use bar chart? We use bar chart for comparing different categories. It helps us to show which category is the largest and which one is the smallest. What about pie chart? Pie chart is like a circle divided into different sectors. You don't need pie now. You will need pie. So imagine you have a circle and you cut off some part of it. So you say a pie chart shows proportion of a whole. For instance, I use a pie chart in this class. Let's say there are 25 here, and there are 16 males. How many females there? If we are 20, and there are 16 males, how many females? 4. If you use a pie chart, that pie chart will be a sample for 20 people, but it will have 2 categories. Based on the number of each category, you will see the area from the chart being reflected. What can I do to drag on this point? I think I can go online, open a new tab, and simply write pie chart, and then I'll write images. If I do that, and the internet allows it to go, because the internet can you see pie chart? Which section is the largest? In this one, I'm trying to highlight this one. The internet is so poor. Which color is the largest?
40%.
The color. This one, color. Sky blue.
No, ash. It's ash.
No, it won't be ash. It's ash. I don't know whether it's ash or blue. The ash or blue. Whatever. So what we are saying is, this is how a pie chart looks like. Do you understand? But be careful when you're using a pie chart. See our sections and articles. So now you'll be able to see it. You know we are struggling now. We don't know which one is the best. So let's leave that and go back to our topic. At least we have seen the pie chart. In fact, let's not go yet. Let's do something. Let's do a line chart. Even though God showed us a line chart. So we can see a line chart. Can you see that? Even though I'm trying to teach you, I'm not using images to make you understand what I'm teaching. Why make sense? So you get the idea. By the time you see images, there are pictures going out of me. So we have the sample showing everybody. But with an portion for Southwest, we will over. Makes sense? That's what we use. Then we use line charts when you are talking about over time. Like, Prof normally takes the amount of fuel that he buys, takes so much pictures. And then at the end of the week, to show you the graph. And that graph can show whether he's spending more, or he's spending about the same amount, or he's spending something less. So as a quiz for you, if I want to show a plot that has categories, and then I want to see the whole and the different proportion, which one will I use? I want a chart that will show me the whole and the different proportions. What will I use? Pie chart. Different over time. What will I use? I want one that will show me different categories in form of, what would that be? Pie chart. So now imagine that and at the same time, you are able to put this chart. Then you are gathering into a report. You are already a consultant. You have used the data that you collected. You have organized it properly in a spreadsheet. You have analyzed it using functions, and you have now used that to bring out the beauty. Don't you see that data analysis is interesting? And when you do that for people, and you're able to advise them on their businesses, I'll tell you a story. Listen to me and follow the story. Okay? You want the story? So which one do you prefer? I will continue listening on the story. Okay, so that's the story, because if I tell you that, I will still tell you the story. Two stories.
Easy.
So the first one was that my wife was admission in the hospital. She was at C.A.C for the month. People like to take admission. So I will be the one that will take food to her. I'll go to the one you say, you know when you have issues, God knows how to help you. I'm already feeling bad. Okay, so let's ask continue. So at the end of the day, beside her bed was this woman who was going for surgery. I think the man had tumor. People were weak or controlling. Hello?
Hi.
And then I came to her on a particular day because the man was there. I like sharing emotional. Just to encourage you. I'm very fast. So I was sharing with her, and she was looking very sad because she ate in the dream. Of my new dream. You don't want to eat in the dream. Hopefully, second, you know what? She ate in the dream, and the following day was her surgery. So she was scared that she would follow me that. Then we started chatting. Then the man said something. And she just started laughing. Ask me what I said. I said, what did the person pay in jail when to sue? And the man took wrong. So as I was saying those things, she just started laughing at the situation. He said she actually was chewing gum before she slept off and then woke up. You know what happened to her? That information made her understand that whatever happened to her might not have been what she thought it was. Does that make sense? The second one is that I went to a school. This is very important, madam. So I went to a school, and then after spending some time with them, and God helping me to help them find out a few things. 2 weeks ago, I went back there, and they told me that in January or February, they sacked the people in the kitchen. Joseph, in the kitchen here, they have maybe staff about 20 of them. Because every day they feed all their students, about 800 students, and they have about 200 staff, both teaching and not teaching. So every day they feed how many people?
1,000.
So, at the end of the day, 1,000 people every day, you can imagine how much they will be spending. And what is so about people? One go to the come back to cooking, one go to the kitchen, one go to the kitchen. But that's what two or one sack they go. One sack on board. More roti, but one sack on board. My husband here. So what was the stop that we can continue? So when the man cross,
Because the security of the service.
So if I don't want sack on board, why I tell you? So in 1 week, the man is about 400 bags of rice. That's so good. Sir, bro, at the end of first, second time, they recovered 14 million. My I want to play for women. Back to that balance, So, every time we do you know what the man told me? Not me. How many questions? Sharing the first thing one of them. Maybe I have my own belief that I will finish to 37 because I'm not a but myself, you know, I will always so I was sitting there for the first day. My wife and myself. So by the time we get back that I will remember what the man told me. So I've been there like 3-4 times. I spent 3-4 days, 5 days, 6 days. So on the last day, the man was telling me that, sharing me that what a person. So the question is, come on, everybody as a consultant, no one to actually. Can you imagine me? Back to serious. I bet there is. Was no weapon fashion. Okay, let's go. So we want to create a chart. And you see the beautiful thing about charts are easy to join. Okay? So in this demonstration, what are we going to do first? We look for data that we are supposed to visualize. So data visualization is what Pastor, ṣé wọ́n ti ẹ̀rẹ̀ sọ ẹ̀rọ ní àwọn ọmọ ìsìn ẹ̀rọ àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ nípa so at the end of the day, before you get the data visualization, you would have gotten data, you would have organized data, you would have analyzed data. So data visualization comes towards the end. So makes sense. Good. So when you want to visualize data, your understanding of the type of data will tell the kind of chart that you are supposed to insert. Demonstration straight away. So let's go to which one? Go to the first one, the second one. So first one, reality. Okay. So after visualize data, what kind of data is it? Gender. As you do. There are three types of data that is solved. There is numerical, there's categorical, and there's text. What are the two? So you chat with them. And you back chat. So just so we use component back. So we'll go there and pick the entire, the way you pick the entire column is that you just tap on that first letter D, right on the top of just tap on it. When you tap on it, pick the whole column. Just shake. The man doesn't see, the man tap on C, I pick those. Never like it there. And they will move from there to the first column. Then now click on insert. There are many things you can insert. But for now, we want to insert charts. Can you find charts? I don't mean face cap, can you chart? Good. So when you click on charts, it will give you a list of charts. Check your own and confirm. Those are not the levels. Who has done this? My friend, have you done it? Measure some chart that you have seen. Bar chart. Oh, you. Oh, I don't know. Article. Hillary. No, wait. What kind of fashion yeah. Okay. It's like use spreadsheet. Okay, let's not complicate. Let's just do age for now. Let's just do age and salary. So pick age. Pick age. And just pick age for instance. I just want to show you how to before we implement it. Have you picked age? Yes, sir. So go to insert, do chart, and then do bar, and then click on what you have inside that box. Bar. This is not what we are doing in the next part. I just want to show you that you can write a full column. Just a quick check. Good. The next person. We are going back to the notes and coming back here. I want to be sure that you can pick them and see them. Show up. Look at me, right here. Go to age. Click the entire age. But when you pick everything, you pick except that it's wrong. So you can just pick till 19. Just 15 and look at the screen. Okay, just flag it, flag it. And then you click on insert. Who has done it? My first friend. Actually, my friend. Question. Go on. You reach out to me. People suggest you. Yeah, you can change this in here. My bad. But that one, you see that you can do it on your own. Before we go back. Madam, show up. Say, also shake. I said that. Good. So, what I said, you don't have this baby. You don't have it now. Always remember to save your work. So please let's go back to the material. You will complete the material for the whole. Don't worry, you will get it. There's another way to do it. I don't like to be sure that you see all those charts. You see different types of charts. That's what I wanted to establish. So go to the system. Let's spend 5-10 minutes here because there are opposite operations and answers. Are we learning something? Make sense. You must practice. Okay, so we want to create a chart and also add titles to it. So in this particular scenario, we want to imagine that this one household that we ask 20 young people in our church their favorite snack. Of course, it's gala, plantain chips. You see, in tutorial 3, we are doing calculations. We are using functions. In tutorial 4, we are going to plot charts. But you don't plot charts except you have data. So part of the exercise is not yet. You create sheet 3, rename it as visualization. Am I making sense? Include this data and then plot. Don't go here, don't go there. Let's continue. What's the activity here? Enter this data into a spreadsheet and create what kind of chart? A simple, the ladies will create a simple bar chart, while the gentlemen, men and gentlemen, they will create the pie chart so that we can compare and discuss at the end. What does the chart tell us quickly? Which snack is the most popular? Let's give you some tips which you are going to implement on your own. Make your charts clear and easy to understand. How do you do that? Give it a title that is easy for people to relate to. If you are doing snacks, you can label it snacks for C.A.C. Okay, what? Put it there. Then you can now put labels on the X and Y. We'll come to that later. That's adding aesthetics to it. So for now, your exercise. Go to that our workbook. You know what the workbook is now? Yes. I do. Create a new worksheet. You know what worksheet is now? Yes, rename the worksheet to visual. Copy the data in this place and then produce a chart. For the women to produce a bar chart. For the men to produce a pie chart. You have 7 minutes. The time starts now. No assistance for the first 5 minutes.
create a column for snap, and then create another column for quantity. Then row one puts the of under the cell for snap, and then under the cell for quantity. Then the second row, you put gala under the cell. That way. If you have any question, ask me or ask any. Since all everybody here. Then you have to now before the ask it.
Correct. And you change the as you learn more.
People are doing it.
Add one or two items, see I can change. Pie chart. Pie chart, never show. We should. The one on Jada. It's your son. You have less of it. That's it. All right. Okay. Look at. Add more ones. Add big ones. The change back to dynamic. Add one more. So thank you very much. God bless you. I'm about to go.
Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you for your education. I think this is the best place to stop. Are you happy? You have something to take away. So if you know you have done very well, if you know you have done very well, raise up your hand. If you know you have done very well. I have, I don't know how to do. I have to rest something good for 3 people, and I don't know how to share it. Do we base it on this particular stuff? Yes. How do we share our kind of system? Those who have system, we can't even use it. That's the problem. No, we can't even use it. If you don't have and then the tool used here is hard, not Excel. So how many of you know about hard? Hard. So we see the time maybe we see the use of hard. So I don't know how to share it, except you yourself decide to say, okay, give to this, give to this, give to this. If not, I'll do that. But if you are agreeing on how I should do the distribution, I will give that test. I should give you test. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. Peter.
Is that all?
You want to wow. So this is what we are going to do. I'm keeping the notes here till tomorrow. We are going to design the form for all of us. So we will be looking for. We are going to have. We will not do the thing. Let's have better. Let's have. Please, you will do the you will whether student, student, business, our personal goals are great. That's for second. Then let's also have
You are like Baptist church.
okay, church society or group. But as you run whatever,
The others.
whatever, Sunday school, children, others. And few other things. Then share the gift. And then share the data. And share share the data so that they get moved. So we will now use the data to do a Google family chat. And then we will validate raise your heart, then you will now give them that subscribe. So that's our next time we cannot fix another date. Those of us who are started now, we have come to support and we will be building on our skill that there will be a point all of you will be able to do fantastic visualizations and we will have to work with something to convey Next time, we are also going to enjoy ourselves all of this. I hope you will be able to have very delicious manage what we have. So close it, I will ask Dr. to pray for us and we can start
We just want to say, we just want to say, Heavenly Father, we thank you. We have come to say thank you for the beginning of this program, for the beginning and the glory of it. Thank you for how far you have helped us. Thank you for how far you have helped us. Father, be thou exalted in Jesus' name. Any single one that has been praised to us, Father, I thank you for us and forgive us in Jesus' name. We just pray for more strength for our teachers. Father, give us them in the name of Jesus. They are strength in Jesus' name. They are wisdom in the name of Jesus. I pray that you have everything that concerns them in the mighty name of Jesus. Pray, O God, for school and faith. We pray that you continue on they will build on it. Use positive results. Father, give unto us in the mighty name of Jesus. We pray, O Lord, that you will see their hands in their pockets, people to reach your soul, God. We pray that you will let them be returned in the mighty name of Jesus.
When is the next when can the next